So we are now live on YouTube, guys, whenever you guys are ready to go.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Gibson.
I will. Mr. Smith, I think my staff is all here.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Ms. Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Is he on his way?
He is. Give him just a moment.
Well, I went from 4 to 4, I think.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Huron's having connectivity. He's going to hop on another laptop real quick.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I believe that I'm ready to go, Mr. Gibson.
We're ready.
Okay, the time is 6:04 and I would like to call this meeting to order. The board members are participating via Zoom. I'd like to welcome those who are participating via Zoom and those watching the board meeting via live streaming. The link to the meeting is on the district webpage under Board of Education. The streaming will run through the end of the meeting. If the board is on a break or in closed session, the screen will fade to black and the sound will be muted. In the event there is a disruption in the audio portion, I will pause the meeting until it is reestablished. I have Mr. Frank Otero participating via Zoom. Mr. Frank Otero, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. I have Mr. Stephen Otero participating via Zoom. Mr. Stephen Otero, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I have Mr. David Vickers participating via Zoom. Mr. Vickers, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And I have Mr. Eloy Hidon participating via Zoom. Mr. Hidon, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gibson, can you hear me?
I can.
And I'd like to welcome Ms. Wolf. Can you hear me, ma'am? Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Gibson, will you please announce the meeting?
I will. This meeting has been announced in accordance with the Open Meetings Resolution and is a legally constituted meeting of the Los Lunas Schools Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Frank Otero, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. That brings us to item number 4, approval of the agenda. Mr. Gibson,
Yes,
are
Mr.
there any changes or deletions to the agenda?
Yes, there is a deletion to the agenda. As a result of questions about a procurement that arose subsequent to the Finance Committee meeting, I am asking to delete item 11C, which is approval of a construction contract through CES to Scott's Fencing for a PSFA 2019-2020 Security Award project for security fencing at Ann Parish Elementary, Bosque Farms Elementary, Century High School, Los Lunas Elementary, Los Lunas High School, Valencia Elementary, and Valencia Middle School.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Gibson has presented the agenda, withdrawing item number 11C, approval of the construction contract for CES care of Scott's Fencing. I will stand for a motion on the agenda.
Mr. President,
Mr. Frank Otero.
I have a question regarding what's the reason why it's being tabled?
Mr. Stephen Otero. Well, so there was some concerns about some of the items that were included in the approval from what I'm getting. I wasn't sitting in the finance meeting, but I guess there were some questions that were going to be answered. And I guess Mr. Gibson decided that he would pull item 11C and we would put it back on the agenda once some of the questions were answered. Am I describing this correctly?
Yes. There are some, I can elaborate, but yes, that's the gist of it.
So, Mr. President, you're telling me that it will be put back on the agenda?
So we definitely need to get the security fencing for all of those schools put back on the agenda. Yes, I don't know which questions there are. As I stated, I was not in the Finance Committee meeting, but I don't know what the actual item number will look like once it's put back on the agenda.
Well, Mr. President, with all due respect, there's 5 board members, and under the previous superintendent, there was items that weren't getting out of the committee, and I have some serious concerns about how my constituents aren't being served, and we have these projects that are involved with a lot of money, and not only state money but federal money. In some cases, so I just feel like from what I've looked over the issues, and I've been on the board, and here again, I'll repeat it again, my 10th year, and I've been a president 3 times over the last 10 years, and you know, I think everything's on the up and up. And so I think we're kind of being railroaded by one board member, and that's my opinion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Vickers.
I do have a question on this. How will delaying this project affect the price of materials and, affect the bid?
So I have no idea how it'll affect the price. I don't know when this comes back, how it comes back, what it looks like, or what the cost of the materials will be then. I have no way of knowing that.
Do we have anybody with procurement or finance that can give us an idea regarding the issue of, price? If we delay it again, is the price going to be different? If it rebids, is the price going to be different, higher? That's a concern.
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Giron?
Yes. This came to us last Tuesday during our finance meeting. It's PFSA money. So I think that's, I want to say 66%. I'm not sure, maybe even more than that, paid from PFSA, and we're on the hook for the other third or 1/4 of the percent. The question came up was, it's 3,100 bond money. And the question was, are we abiding by our policies and procedures? Are we going out and making sure that when we do projects like this, do they reflect on what's implemented in our policies right now? So that question was brought up and it wasn't answered. So that's the reason why we questioned Mr. Gibson. We asked him to pull this, and we're hoping we can go back and do this the right way. Mr. Board Member Otero, Frank Otero, I do want these fences to go up. I want them to go up as soon as possible. But you have to understand, I mean, when we sit on finance, this is bond money that we're asking our local taxpayers to pay into. They're paying their property taxes into this. So, and we're the ones supposed to be fiscally responsible. We have policies and procedures in place. All we're asking to do is to reflect on that and what's in place. If we don't want to do that, let's go ahead and just change our policies and procedures, and we'll just go ahead and go straight to CES every time. But this was not put out to bid. This was not put out at all. So that was the questioning on it.
Mr. President, I have a follow-up.
Mr. Vickers asked. Mr. Vickers chimed in first.
Okay.
Okay, regarding this, we do have 3 companies that bid on this, and now that it's been presented to finance, we have all the dollar figures on each site, which if you leave this open, you're jeopardizing the low bidder, and since the dollar figures are out, it seems like we're again messing with the procurement policies and procedures outlined in state law. And this is not an area the board's supposed to be involved in. We have professionals within the school district that do this and are licensed to do this, and they're paid well to do this job, and we are meddling in areas that we shouldn't be meddling in.
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Mr. Frank Otero was next.
Okay.
Mr. President, Mr. Eloy Giron, I understand your position on the Finance Committee, and I'm going to repeat it again. I've been doing it an awful long time, and I know the predicament you're in. But I mean, sometimes, our job is to govern and to do policy, and to this date, we're in the 12th month of this horrendous year, and not once have we had a workshop on policies yet. And that means to go through every policy starting from one to the end. And so the policies, to me, it just seems like they're being kept at the Finance Committee, and we're not privy to that apparently, because we're not on the Finance Committee. But I can assure you that I'm a board member, just like you're a board member, and there's only 5 people that have a vote, and I'm one of them. So I don't want anything kept from me from behind my back. My reputation here over the years has been great, and that's the way I was trained, and so that's it.
Mr. President.
Mr. Hidon was next.
Oh, Mr. Hiron, yes.
I'll go ahead and waive my time right now, Mr. Smith.
Mr. President, it looks like it's already on the agenda. It's taken a lot of time already as it is, rather than moving it from the agenda. Number one, Ms. Verb it's not being tabled. It's just being taken off the agenda to be placed on later on in the date, is my understanding. But since it's a big old discussion right now, let's just go ahead and leave it on. I think there's a lot of information that will be brought out. So, I mean, I'd like to bring it back when there's more information, or if you want to discuss it now, I'm for discussing it right now.
Mr. President, this is Frank Otero again.
Mr. Frank Otero.
I don't know, I'm under the impression that that you want to table it, or somebody wants to table it, and then redo the whole bit again, and then bring it back at a later time with a different name on it.
Mr. Otero, I have no desire to table anything. I didn't have anything to do with tabling the item or taking it off the agenda. Mr. Gibson has presented the agenda asking to move item number 11C off of the agenda. If you want it on the agenda, I will stand for a motion on the agenda.
Well, we have to start our meeting first, right?
We did start our meeting. I'm standing for a motion on the agenda as presented by Mr. Gibson and his staff. Item 11C is on the agenda. We are discussing whether it's coming on the agenda or whether it's not.
I'll make a motion that we leave the agenda it was presented before this meeting and not take it off as per Mr. Gibson's request.
I will second that motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen Otero to accept the agenda as presented by Mr. Gibson and his staff, including item 11C, the approval for the construction contract from CES, care of Scott's Fencing for PSFA 2019 and 20. I have a second by Mr. David Vickers. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Eloy Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We'll go back to item number 5, approval of the consent items. I will stand for a motion on the consent items.
Mr. Chairman, I've got it in front of me. I'll make a stab at it. I move that we approve the consent items with the exception of item 11A, 11B1, 11B2, 11B3, 11C, and that's it.
So I have a motion by Mr. David Vickers to approve the consent items with the exception of item number 11A, approval of budget adjustment 24101 Title 1 increase per award. Item 11B1, approval of budget adjustments not requiring PED approval for Title 1 in maintenance. Item number 11B2 for Carl Perkins maintenance, and item number 3B3, next generation CTE maintenance, and item number 11C, approval of construction contract CES Scott's Fencing for PSFA 2019-20 Security Awards Project for security fencing at Ann Parish, Bosque Farms, Century High School, Las Unas Elementary, Las Unas High School, Valencia Elementary and Valencia Middle School at a 31,100 bond money. I will stand for a second.
I'll second that.
I have a second by Mr. Stephen Otero. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Eloy Hedon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. For the benefit of the audience, all agenda items have been reviewed by the board members individually. Consent items are the action items on the agenda presented by the superintendent and staff for approval. If no discussion has been asked regarding these items by any of the board members, the items may be submitted for approval with one motion, one vote. That brings us to item number 7, the acting superintendent's report. Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, members of the board, on the day after our last meeting on the 18th of November, I conducted or participated in 3 focus groups to talk about remote learning, what was going well, what might be going poorly, and lessons learned. In those meetings, there were 3 groups of about 10 each, so I talked with 30 of our teachers, and I want to highlight what they said was going well. And it was very exciting to talk with them and see some of the things that they were doing. So this was obviously conducted by Zoom. And as I zoomed into their classrooms, which are really offices in their homes, I just couldn't be, I was amazed at how well they had decorated these rooms, how they had learning information up for students. They had anchor charts, they had agendas. Obviously, to me, our teachers are working very hard. The work they're doing is very personalized to them. It's very attractive and engaging for our students. Some of the things that they talked to me about, a constant theme or a common theme among teachers, and these were middle school and elementary school teachers, is how much they've learned collaborating with their colleagues. Because we're remote and because they are meeting with their colleagues on a much more regular basis than they might have been if they were in their own individual classroom, kind of sealed away from the rest of the school, they've really had a chance to learn from each other. And a number of them commented about their collaboration, about the opportunities to broaden their craft, to learn strategies that other teachers were using, to really be part of a learning community. So that was one major learning, and that was pretty commonly expressed among this group of teachers. Another common theme was the excellent technology that we have. And I've talked to you about that before, but teachers are learning to use technology tools that they might not otherwise have learned how to use. When you teach in your regular classroom, you rely on your whiteboard and your demonstrations, but not necessarily connecting always with the kids through technology. There were a number of teachers that mentioned using Canvas as a learning management system. And Canvas allows our teachers to communicate with students and their families, to give assignments, to collect assignments, to provide feedback, in many cases to organize our students for learning in smaller groups or even individual learning. Canvas, we were using Canvas before this year at the secondary level, but not the elementary level. And a number of teachers commented about what a really outstanding tool it is, and how our secondary teachers have been very helpful in teaching elementary folks how to use all of the various gadgets that are inside this learning tool. Teachers also talked about the fact that they had to really hone their rituals and routines in their classroom because they were remote and because they had a limited amount of time that they weren't going to run over with. They really became very good at managing the routines of their classroom, taking attendance, assigning work to students, doing breakout rooms, giving positive feedback, doing interventions, doing extensions of learning. As I said, I was really impressed with the feedback of our teachers, their thoughtfulness about the work that they're doing. As with the secondary folks that I met with, the high school folks that I met with before, The other comment, which won't surprise you, is that they can't wait to be back in school. They miss having their kids. They miss the daily communication. They miss the lively engagement in a classroom setting. And so while they're managing and learning how to do some things really well, that lessons that they will bring back into their classrooms when we do come back into in-person learning, it was a pretty common refrain that they can't wait to be back with kids again, because that's why they signed up to do this work. So very positive meetings. I really enjoyed them. They were one of the highlights of my week a couple of weeks ago. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Board members?
Mr. President,
Stephen Otero?
Mr. Gibson, I have like 4 questions.
Sure.
I know you're visiting with the teachers and other staff. Have you visited with the diagnosticians and the ancillary staff and see how it's going with them on this remote learning on them, on how they're doing their job and how effective they feel they're doing the job? Have you visited with them personally?
I have not directly talked with that group, no.
Okay, so just maybe some questions that you probably can't answer right now, or maybe you can direct them elsewhere. Is our district investing on remote therapy testing materials? It's my understanding diagnosticians and ancillary staff have requested this. That's question number 1.
Well, before you go on, Susan Chavez is on. She can perhaps answer your questions.
Okay, yeah, it's particularly for this one, yes. That's first question.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Gibson, Mr. Otero, you would like me to answer that now?
Yeah, that way we could take them one at a time, I guess. There's 4 of them.
Okay, so in response, we have discussed quite extensively the option of bringing in remote testing for our diagnosticians and all of our ancillary. We have been given, I will say, quite a bit of information from our public education department about copyright laws with our current diagnostic assessments. We are concerned that we'll be putting our district in a place of copyright infringement because of the possibility of parents taking video and/or photographs of diagnostic assessments currently at this time. It is an issue that is presenting itself, and that was discussed at our state directors meeting at the public education department.
Okay, and I guess you have shared this with your diagnosticians and ancillary staff, but I guess the concern is testing materials. I would say like hard copy materials that they're able to utilize that I'm sure is approved by PED.
We have, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Otero. We have quite an extensive library of diagnostic assessments as well as ancillary. And each ancillary member and diagnostician has a full battery of assessment that the district has purchased. Okay.
So the next question, is there a window as to, and I know that Mr. Gibson probably will answer this a little bit down the line, or it'll come before us, and I know it's a tough one, but is there a window as to where in-person tests might be occurring? Because I know you're dealing with a lot smaller groups than classroom teachers, than classrooms when you're dealing with in-person testing. Has there been any discussion about that one?
I think, Mr. Otero, that under item 10, discussion and approval of district learning plan for the second semester, that item will definitely come up.
Okay, and that's why I thought you might be
I'm
addressing.
not sure I have a very clear answer for you, even after investigating it with PED today, but I will tell you what I know.
And just to further answer that question, Mr. Otero, we did have in-person testing and it did start August 3rd. We wrapped it up when the numbers started to spike on November 2nd.
Okay. And I think this might come up as well on our budget adjustment request that we'll be discussing during the later on down the line. But has our district channeled any funds, from the CARE Act or any kind of funding through this pandemic to our diagnosticians and ancillary staff to purchase online materials for therapy. So, because I noticed it right here, we're going to have before us that there's transfer of funds for educational development or professional development. Are you using some of those funds for ancillary staff and for our diagnosticians?
Excuse me, that funding that's on tonight's agenda is Title I funding, not IDEA funding. But again, Ms. Chavez might be able to answer the question.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Gibson, Mr. Otero, yes, that is correct, Mr. Gibson. That is funding for Title I, which is a separate budget apart from our finances for our testing materials.
Okay, and then the last question I have is there any training going on, remote training for your diagnosticians and the ancillary staff? Is there ongoing training during this pandemic?
Mr. Otero, I'm not sure there's a wide variety of trainings that they have available to them. We have multiple Apple workshops available to them specific to accessibility on how to support students with special needs. We also have multiple opportunities for them to participate in Canvas training. They also have the opportunity to participate in their own professional development that they find, and the district does pay for that.
Okay, so if they come up with you and they find a certain class that they can take or whatever, they present it to you and you decide if you want to approve it or not? There's actually an application form they complete that we have to submit as part of our public education department requests. Excellent. Those are the questions I have at this point in time. Thank you. Thank you.
More questions? That being said, this report, this item was for report only and no action is needed or warranted. There are two more discussion items that have been put on the agenda at the request of two separate board members. At the end of this, the discussion, at the end of the discussion by the board members, we can have discussion on it, but no action is going to be required. The first one was put on there, item number 8 by myself. It was a discussion item requested for the aquatic center. This is more informational than it would be for discussion, but as always, I appreciate any comments we might have. As some of you remember, it was very painful as a board when we discussed physically pulling the plug on the Las Lunas swimming pool. And I meant, we've all swam there. My grandkids have learned to swim there. My kids have learned to swim there. It was a icon there when I was even in high school. So it was very near and dear to our hearts, but it was just too expensive to maintain. And we decided that we were going to get rid of it. There's one issue that I have is the fact that we have a swim team and we don't have a swimming pool. So that's why we began the conversation about maybe getting an aquatic center or a multi-purpose facility. And that was going to be for our community and for our schools, so we could have something here nice in Las Lunas that we could be proud of. That being said, it kind of went away based on everything that's been going on in our society, as far as our fiscal restraints and our social constraints and everything else like that. So I want to thank Mr. Councilman Gino Romero from the village, who reinstated this vision and this dream that we had talked about quite some time as a board, and we had actually mentioned it to the city. He gave me a call not too long ago, and we talked on the phone and are in the preliminary conversation stage right now. And trust me, we discussed everything. We're well aware of our fiscal and social limitations at this time, but I feel that it was a perfect time to have it on our agenda, just so I could get the word out there and let you know that I am trying to develop some interest and discuss with Mr. Romero all of the possible partners that we can have to make this a reality. I think it's something that we deserve. I think it's our duty to provide that to our community and to our students. And frankly, to be honest with you, we need something like this, not only in this school district, but in this community to look forward to work towards together, and to hopefully bring to reality for all of our community. And we're going to have future discussions. As I said, this was just the initial thing where we opened up the book and we started taking some notes. But I would like to encourage everybody to consider maybe helping with any suggestions, maybe lobbying some of your political representatives, whoever that might be, and when the time comes, perhaps to participate in planning. It's very difficult for us as a school district to commit to any type of resources at this time. And we discussed this with Mr. Romero as well. And I thought it was an excellent time to start this. And it's a ray of sunshine in this time when we don't get a whole heck of a lot of that. So I just wanted to bring it up, and I wanted to let you know that this has started. And I want to let you know that I would like to possibly include a board member in there at some point. But for right now, I don't have a problem as a community member meeting with Mr. Romero and having those discussions and bringing them forward to you to let you know how we're progressing along with this thing. It's going to take a lot of time, trust me, and it's going to take a lot of resources. But I really believe that this is something we can do in this community that we can all be proud of if we all work together. So that being said, if anybody else has any comments on this, I would appreciate it. Feel free.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Frank Otero.
I just want to, support your comments. You know, we had these discussions probably 5 years ago, and it is an awful lot for the schools to absorb as far as building a pool and then supporting the pool is another issue. It's a money pit. The money, the water it costs. We were the village, the biggest customer of the village there for a while, and just a number of issues. But I'm with you. I think things kind of got dropped. I believe that there are a number of partners that could participate in this, and now to try to get an appropriation, it's important that the village is stepping up, because the village can get that appropriation without any strings attached. If we get the money, we participate in the public school finance mechanism, and what the money they'd appropriate to us, they would take it back from the other end, and it would so. You know, if there's a way with it, we can use some of our bond money, but this would have to be thought up, because our bond money has to be used in something that we own, and so there would have to be, I don't know, legal and other kind of discussion to go on there to be a partner. But we've for a long time we've been willing to do that, and and in addition to that, at the old hospital and training school, they have an aquatic therapy there for years, and in fact, I think somebody had made a comment not too long ago that we ought to run that again, and I can tell you that it's closed and it's run down, and so there's needs for everyone in this community, and definitely our schools and for our swim teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. And you're right. I remember when we were kicking this idea around, and we were probably in a better spot fiscally. And you're right about the funding it as well. But I think that if we all work together, we can figure out how to make this happen in this district and do whatever it takes, and pull money from wherever we can, and to make this a reality. And obviously there's some startup costs, there's some construction costs, there's some maintenance costs and everything, but I think it's definitely something that we should all work together on and see what we can do to help bring this to fruition and make it something that we can all be proud of in this district. But you're right, it was difficult to take down that swimming pool up at Los Lunas, but it had to be done. Any more comments?
Yeah, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Vickers.
I just heard recently that the county commission approved a plan to build a swimming pool. So that might be another partner you could bring into this situation.
Right. So I know that Mr. Romero has discussed with the county commissioner, and he has discussed with our representatives and our senators already. I don't know at what level those conversations are at currently, or when they actually took place. But I do know that he has talked to a lot of people about this, and I want to do my part to get the word out there as well. And if I have to talk to the same people he talked to make this a reality, I'm going to do that 100%. But I do know that he had reached out to the county as well. And we're considering a lot of other people that we're going to ask to kick in. So I mean, if you're watching via Zoom and you had a lucky scratcher and you don't know what to do with your money, I tell you right now, you can put it over here towards our swimming pool. We will take that money. Board members?
Mr. President, I think
Mr.
with,
Otero.
yes, I think with the enormous experience that Mr. Frank Otero has, it'd be nice to have him be on a maybe a committee with all the other city leaders that we have, Bosque Farms, Peralta, Valencia County, you know, all the communities, to see if maybe they could create a committee that can, and you're bringing it up just at the right time, a committee that can seek out to our legislatures for funding for this as a co-op amongst all government agencies. And who best than Frank, who has been here for 11 years to participate in that.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. So when we first started this idea a few years ago, it was definitely Frank that we were considering to bridge that gap between our entities and the other entities, based on the fact that he's well aware of the workings of the city, of the county swimming pool maintenance and upkeep, and those type of items. So we were definitely considering that. And when it comes time to ask somebody to participate on that, I'm definitely going to approach Mr. Frank Otero first. Any more comments? All right, thank you for your time. That will bring us to item number 9. Discussion item requested by board member Eloy Hidon, continuing COVID protocols. Mr. Hidon.
Mr. Smith, members of the board, Mr. Gibson, I've received a couple calls in the last couple of weeks, and now that we've seen the spike in the COVID incidents, they're starting to hit our district. So I'm getting calls all over the board on notification. I mean, not being notified and things like that. Can you give me examples, or can you tell us what our protocol is set when we have an incident at, let's, for example, at central office? How's the notifications being put out so people know that not to come in, let us clean the buildings, or how do you guys handle that?
Mr. Hiron, I'm going to let Mr. Baca, Brian Baca, address that, since he has, along with our head nurse, Jackie Kelly Romero, managed this. But one thing I will say as a precursor to it, as you know, we are down to essential staff only. We have very few people in our buildings. So we've had no incident in our buildings where we've had to call in the state for their advice. We do, however, as you know, have cases inside our staff and people that are in our buildings. And so I'll let Mr. Baca explain how we manage that.
Yeah, we did, Nurse Jackie and I, as Mr. Gibson said, we do collaborate with this. We did provide some guidance for some of the steps we did, including a flow chart about how we address this. But just to kind of summarize what we had sent out earlier, we have 2 different components of our response to the COVID notifications. Nurse Jackie Kelly Romero, our district charge nurse, she does the contact tracing. She does the reporting to both the Department of Health and the Public Ed Department. So as individuals call and they notify either her office or myself, basically she is responsible for contacting those people. The people that were identified as a direct contact through her investigation are then notified, and all reporting is done. On the other side of that, when a person is asked to quarantine and meets the criteria under the emergency paid sick leave or the FFCRA, the Corona Response Act, then we work with that employee to make sure that as far as any leave that may have been caused by their either their positive test or through exposure, that we go back and we work with those employees. So I can tell you that on any given day, Nurse Jackie and I spend probably anywhere from an hour to 2 hours responding to, identifying cases that we are notified of. The big important thing about it is that the employees have to notify us in order for us to make sure that we're doing the proper reporting and also the contact tracing. So it's a two-pronged approach to this. It crosses over both the personnel office who handles the leave and also for Nurse Jackie who does the reporting for PED.
Okay, I understand that. I guess my question is, if there's an incident, for example, central office room 102, and I'm not asking to name individuals or something. I'm just using this for an example. How are we notifying the rest of the people in that building that there's been an incident? So, I mean, they're aware that something may be up. I mean, are we doing anything like that?
Well, the one thing about it is you have to understand, as far as with HIPAA and the notification, that we do have a right to employees to privacy for these people that are positive. So the person who's responsible for the building, let's say it's a school site, the principal is notified of that school site, saying that we have had this we've had this exposure, we've had this positive test, that the area that person may have been in, their classroom in particular, there are certain guidance and protocols that is communicated to the janitorial staff that go in there and clean. The building is located, or is the area is vacated for 48 hours till we do the proper cleaning and we keep folks out of there. And then again, the people that are quote unquote a direct contact or possible exposure based upon this are then communicated. Not everybody, as Mr. Gibson has said, right now we're on a skeleton crew, and what a skeleton crew is, we have very minimal staff on campus right now. So only that staff that would be impacted or affected would be notified. Not everybody in the district, because quite honestly, we've had a number of cases, but as Mr. Gibson said, we've had no cases of spread within the school site. All the cases that have had their origin have been outside, contracted through other means and brought back to our district. But we have not had any instance where an individual has been positive and as other individuals at the site have been also positive as a result of that contact. So we are following all the Department of Health guidelines, the CDC guidelines. And again, Nurse Jackie is our resident expert on that, and she collaborates with those guys daily and the people. She also contacts the families or the employees that are affected after that. And in a case where we need more clarification, we reach out to the Department of Health, to our partners there, Las Tunas Fire, and also Valencia County Fire. So we have multiple people that we collaborate with. And also PED, the Public Ed Department, sends out a toolkit, which provides both resources, reports, and guidance as to how we are to approach and respond properly to these COVID incidents that we have.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Gibson, Mr. Bach, I guess the question I'm trying to bring up, or one of the calls I received was, I think there's maybe a COVID hit at one of the schools, and nobody had said anything. I understand our HIPAA laws. I'm not asking to name individuals, but if we can go ahead and figure out some type of protocol to notify the district, maybe with a mass email or something like that, so you don't have maintenance going in there right after them. I understand we're in a skeleton crew, but we'll probably go, opening this thing up soon again. And if we can clean up that protocol and notify our employees not to go into those buildings. There's been a hit here. Let's stay away until we're finished cleaning it. Once I understand we have a process to clean it, to make sure it's all addressed between you and Nurse Jackie. But if we can make sure we, send an email or something, that's the kind of protocol I'm looking for. And that's what these employees are asking for.
Well, the fact, if they're communicating with you, then they can communicate with us as well. As far as we'd be happy to respond, and the person that's contacting you would be happy to respond to that as well. But just so you know, I mean, the goal of the Public Ed Department is to keep our schools open. That from the very beginning, that has been the directive that we've been giving. So rather than shut down a whole school when we have a instance of COVID, the area that is affected is the one that's being shut down. So when we have schools that have been in a hybrid or remote learning, if there is a positive case, the whole school is not shut down unless they reach the number of 4. When we have 4 cases, then there may be a directive to close by PED. But right now, if we do have an affected area, then that classroom or that office or that department or building is in fact the area that's kept off limits. The rest of the building is open for business. And so to know who and when would be identified as far as to send out an email every time we have a positive case of this in the district, there would be emails out every single day, because every day, again, we spend about 2 hours working with and addressing COVID concerns. So there'd be emails every day. In fact, nobody would, but again, the important thing about it, the direct contacts are there. If there's, Nurse Jackie is the one that's responsible for that, and she's the one that's communicating. And so we have protocols in place. We have our procedures in place. And if people have questions regarding that, I would respectfully ask that they contact us, because we may have more information about the direct contact, because it goes back to the report date, the test date, their last day on campus. And so some individuals, if the COVID positive wasn't on campus for 10 days prior to that, and they go on that campus, then it was actually deemed safe to be on there. So that's why we have the information. If people have concerns or they have questions about it, Nurse Jackie is a great resource, or I can also help direct them, because every case that comes in here is logged and tracked, following our protocols and also the state guidance with the Department of Health.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Gibson, I think you need to address this. You figure this, go back and try to figure this out, Mr. Gibson. If we do need to send emails, it doesn't take very much effort to send an email, especially for the position we're going to be putting these employees in. But do you have any other protocols set in place, Mr. Gibson?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Mr. Hiron. To my knowledge,
what I'm asking is, I asked in August, September, what protocols do we have set when we're going to have a COVID hit? And I was told we have them, that there's protocols. I'm not asking for the contact tracing. I understand those are already in place. What I'm asking is, what are our protocols in letting our keeping our staff safe, making sure they don't cross over to each other? That's the only thing I'm asking. Making sure we notify and let people know. I mean, if we have a student that comes in that has COVID, and I've heard of that one already, that they come in, drop off some of their stuff, and some of our staff have to go get tested. I mean, those are the issues those are the things I would like to put on everybody's radar. That was it.
Okay, well, we sent you on the 7th of August a protocol diagram that shows you how we respond to positive tests. I think it's indicative of our success. And Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. I know of no incident or case within our school that has been spread from within the school. We have lots of examples of spread within families, within community, within neighborhoods. I don't know of any case, and Brian reports this to me on a regular basis, that has been from either a student or a staff member to another student or a staff member. Is that accurate, Brian?
Correct, sir. We have not had any case of spread within our district with an infected person coming on here, either student or staff member. The positive cases that we've had through the contact tracing it was contracted someplace else. But again, with our proper procedures, we have not had any other site infected other than the individual. So we have not had the spread. And so I thought that we have done a good job with that. Nurse Jackie, again, is an expert with that. She is very well respected. And, as I said before, we've been working with, we collaborate daily on this. And so I can assure you that we're doing the best that we can. As Mr. Gibson said, we have had no cases of spread in the district.
I have no more
Mr.
questions.
President,
Don't know who that was.
I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hidon. Mr. Stephen
Yeah.
Otero.
I understand that we probably following all the procedures, and if we weren't, I'm sure it'd be in the news media. But I think, to me, what I'd like to understand too is, I'm just going to put a hypothetical situation. I'd like anyone to answer this and tell me step by step what's being done on a certain situation. So my wife, let's just say, contracts COVID-19. So she gets tested. I notify, and I didn't get her tested till, I mean, she didn't get tested till 4 or 5 days after symptoms occurred. But I've been going to work every day. So let's say I'm a bus driver and I'm going into the bus portable every day, the office, to get my assignments. And then I notify my supervisor, my wife has the COVID. I got tested, but my test might not come back for another week or two. I think at that point, I think what we're trying to find out, and what I'd like to find out, what steps are taken immediately once the supervisor finds out that this person is possible carrier of the COVID-19. Do you, and I'm just gonna ask questions, do you evacuate that portable, being that it's a small confined place, and do you get somebody to come with equipment to come and totally sanitize that room and you don't occupy it? And then do you send all those people that they were in contact with to go get tested? And do you ask them to be self-contained? I think that's exactly what I'm looking for in this situation that Mr. Hiroan has brought up. I do know that our school district is doing a great job. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. If it wasn't, like I said, we'd be in the news media every day. But we want to know personally what's happening with a person that's affected or possibly affected, what's done on that portable, what's done with that staff. And then a follow-up question I have is Mr. Baca has stated that they'll do the proper leave that's necessary to put these employees on self-containment isolation. But do we dock their leave, or do we, that's a question I have too, because right now you have employees working 1 week on, 1 week off, 1 week on, 1 week off. So they're still getting paid full pay, and they're not getting docked no time. So would it be fair to dock somebody that does test, or would it be fair to work with them on an individual basis?
So you asked a bunch of questions, Mr. Otero. Let me respond to the last one. If you were exposed and you need to stay at home because of that, you would not be docked your pay. So that's a clear answer. But the example you gave us of someone whose spouse conducts COVID, that person comes to work. What do we do after that? That is an example that we have dealt with. So Brian, why don't you explain that process?
Yeah, so, just so that people understand is that, with the COVID calls, I get calls all hours of the day regarding people. And so many times in a situation like you've described, Mr. Otero, is that we would probably have been called before that person showed up to work the next day. There's been enough information out there. So that person would again be kept and been asked to stay home and quarantine and self-monitor. That is one of the criteria to be eligible for the emergency paid sick leave. If you've had direct exposure or have a household member that contracts it, then you, in fact, should not be going to work. You should be isolating or quarantine, whatever the term that's used. And so that's communicated with our employees. So those types of things, those kinds of questions we're answering, around the clock there. So in that situation, when that person is told, they're giving guidance and support from Jackie. Now, Jackie's the one who handles that side of the call because she is the medical professional. She can provide them the direction saying, hey, this is what you need to do. These are signs that you need to look for. This is when you possibly need to be tested. But in the meantime, those people that have a exposure are asked to quarantine and not be on our campus. And, we have done, as I said before, I think we've done a very good job addressing that. And Jackie is a resource, and, she provides great assistance for them. So when we do it is the last person that's there, some of our staff members have been able to work remotely. I can tell you, without mentioning names, that we have had teachers that have been positive for COVID, but the fact is that they are still able to perform and teach remotely. They're not being docked because they're still performing their job. So they are not charged leave just because they in fact have a positive test. It is only for those people who are too sick that they're not able to perform their job, or their job description or title or classification does not allow them to work remotely. So those are the people, and that's why we work with these guys. We keep track of the days that they're scheduled to be on, last day of contact, and we work with them to see when the last day is when they're able to return to work. And so that is the process, but that we have a number of employees that have accessed the emergency paid sick leave. We have, several people that are in the process right now. And so we are working with employees because, again, remember, it involves 80 hours of paid sick leave or the equivalent of 10 days. So somebody that has it. What we're running into now is that some people have had 10 days in the spring and now they're getting a second wave of 10 days. And so that's where it's a little more challenging. But we do, as I said before, we've done a good job, and if there's instances where there are concerns, communicate this. These folks have our cell phones and we're taking calls at all time of the night and time of the day. So I encourage them to call us if they have questions.
Okay, just to follow up, thank you again. Just to follow up. So there's 2 questions that haven't been answered. So I go and I tell my supervisor, and let's say it's Mark, it's transportation, but in the meantime, I've been hanging out with 5 or 6 other bus drivers in that portable. What do you do? How do you handle the other 5 or 6 drivers that were exposed? That's one question. Second question wasn't answered. Do you go and evacuate that building because it's a portable? And do you send a cleaning crew in there to completely disinfect that building?
Yeah.
Those are 2 questions that haven't been answered.
Yes, sir. So again, we do have notification of this of an employee. That's where the contact tracing is. Nurse Jackie is the one through her interview of the employee. Anyone who could be in close contact with that would be notified, and anyone would be sent home. If a person was a positive in a classroom or in you said a portable, that portable would be closed and sanitized by those folks, following the guidelines. So yes, we do close the facility if we have a positive contact there. Through the contact tracing, those guys, and again, Nurse Jack is the expert on this, but basically it's within 48 hours of the test. So when they get tested or the onset of the symptoms is when they go back to see if there's an exposure. So if I was with somebody 7 days prior, but they didn't get tested until, 7 days later, or they didn't get symptoms until 5 days after I was with them, I would not be identified as a close contact. Nurse Jackie is the one that she works with PED. She works with the Department of Health to identify those folks and see which folks may or may not have been affected. So yes, when things are clean, the building is shut down, the space is clean and sanitized, using the proper procedure. And the close contacts, as Mr. Giron's questions were, they are communicated with. Anyone who would need to go back self-isolate and quarantine. We have had incidents where we've had multiple people from a department that have needed to self-quarantine or from a school site. And again, thankfully, we have not had a result of spread with that. So by quick action on the district's part and with Nurse Jackie's guidance, we haven't had any spread, but we have had multiple times where we've quarantined a number of people or asked them to isolate at a school site or at a department.
Okay, so I guess one more thing. So you're saying Nurse Jackie several times every other sentence. So the employee who you had stated to Mr. Giron that they can contact us as well as they can contact you, do they know that who do they contact? Do they contact directly Nurse Jackie? Do they contact their supervisor and their supervisor contacts in there? I guess that's what's not known at this point in time.
Well, many times it depends because I've been contacted directly by employees. Many times they'll contact their supervisor and the supervisor will contact me and say, hey, just so you know, I have this employee that is in this situation. So again, many times it will come through a supervisor. They communicate with their supervisor will contact either myself or Nurse Jackie. And then from there, we share the information. So in most cases, you are right. They do communicate with their supervisor first. And then after that, they are directed to contact us.
And the employees know this, to contact their supervisor first, then their supervisor will take it from there. It's been a memo sent to them, to all employees.
I think we've as far as with our supervisors through our admin meeting, through our different meetings that we've had, people have communicated. We've had, school site meetings, we've had department meetings ongoing during this time. The fact is that people have been communicated because at this point in time, as I said before, the fact that we haven't had spread or we have been able to do a good job of keeping our folks safe, I think the word is out there. And if they've watched any of the videos or they've seen any of the information that's sent out by their school sites and departments, I think that they know the process for contacting us because we get contacted every single day.
Thank you.
Any comments, board members?
Mr. President. Mr. President, this is Frank Otero. I have a question for Mr. Giron. Mr. Giron, were you talking about what's going on currently, or are you talking about, I guess, going into the next discussion item? Or are you talking about both? The protocols?
No, Mr. Smith, Mr. Otero, my question was, I had employees call me, tell me that there was, for an example, a COVID hit in one of the buildings, and they understand the HIPAA laws. They understand. They don't want to know who the person was. What they want is assurances that we have their best interest in mind, that we're going to notify them that there is a contaminated building there. There's some people there that are contaminated. Can we let these people know before they go in there? If you have a school site that has a hit from, I'm just using an example, a principal, and you have a maintenance worker that works in there every day, and he goes in there, but he had no, they could have notified him probably through an email or something like that. I don't know how else. I guess emails are going to be kind of tough sending out, but if there's another way to notify them, that's what those employees want to know, is before they go in there, why put themselves in that position? That's the only thing where they were asking. Okay. I received a couple of calls.
All right, thank you. That's all I was trying to get at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. Mr. Hidon, Mr. Otero. Any comments? So I have a couple of comments, Mr. Gibson. So I guess if I can summarize, and Mr. Hidon, you can tell me if I'm wrong, and I am that way quite a bit, but I know that there's some surrounding school districts that use a notification system. That's all it is a notification system. And it is an email or a text that goes out to the staff. And let's just say that the email may say something like, confirmed COVID case at Vision High School. That's what it says. Please refrain from going to Vision High School until the area has been cleaned. Nowadays, they're getting more specific. There is a positive COVID case reported at Vision High School in the South Wing. We all know that based on what the guidelines are now, the other wings are probably safe to go in, but that wing there is basically off limits to everybody that got that email until an email or text comes back out and saying it is safe to return to Vision High School, this wing. And that's what we were talking about. I think that's what you're talking about, Mr. Hidon, but that's what I was talking about last time we brought this up. And I know that surrounding districts are using something similar to this, but they're not mentioning any names. They're just saying employees. And I think that's the type of notification system that Mr. Hidon was talking about. So if I am an employee driving up to Vision High School and I get a text and I'm getting ready to go do some work, I can see the text right there and it says, hey, don't come up here. So I'm not going to go up there. I'm not going to go up to Vision High School and then find out that they had a confirmed case of COVID. That was one of my concerns. And then I know that we are on a skeleton crew. I'm well aware of that. And we haven't had a case as of right now. But I just want to make sure that whether we have a skeleton crew or we haven't had this incident yet, that when that does happen, we are 100% prepared to, one, notify, mitigate spread, clean it, reopen it, and get the word out that all of that stuff has been done. And it is being done via text message or emails in a lot of other places. So if I have summarized that, Mr. Hidon, incorrectly, please feel free to let me know. But in my notes, that was what I was going to ask about. What is the protocol for notifying everybody, do not come here until it is clean?
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Hidon.
You said it so eloquently. You were perfect on this one. That's why they pay you the big bucks. But you do that. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
So that being said, that's something that I would like to see that we can do. And I don't think that's going to be an issue. I mean, if there's one person that's just in charge of that and sending out that mass email, I think that would be beneficial. And again, we've all said this, and I will state it again. I am so proud of the people that work in this district, and we're handling this situation that none of us have ever done before. And I believe wholeheartedly that Nurse Jackie is crazy qualified and doing a terrific job, as is everybody else in our staff and the people that are cleaning the facilities, I believe they're doing a tremendous job. I just want to know that we are doing everything that we can. And to me, these are small steps. Maybe I'm wrong. I do know that some of them have it directly on their website as well. So if I didn't get a text and I'm going to go work somewhere, I can click on my district website and I can go to COVID cases or whatever you want to title it. And I click on there and it says, there was 2 cases in the district this week. One of them was at this place. I know one website doesn't say where it is. It just says student or staff or whatever else like that. And that's some information, but not specific information to where I can and cannot travel in the district. So I don't think that that's something that would take a great deal of time, a great deal of resources to implement. And I believe that we should do something like that. But then again, I tell you, our staff is amazing. They truly are. And I have no doubt that they can do something like this or something even better than this or what's suggested.
So, Mr. Smith, we have a very sophisticated, as you know, technology system. We have lists of all of our employees. I don't see any reason why, if there were an infection that we thought was inside a facility, as you've described, in a particular room, in a particular wing, that we couldn't do a mass notification. To my knowledge, that has not been the case. That we have had people who have been exposed who have been in our buildings, but I am not aware of, and maybe it's Brian informs me every day about cases, but I'm not aware of an outbreak in any of our buildings that would qualify for that kind of notification. But if in fact, anytime there's a case that might be in a building or in a part of a building, you think it would be to our advantage to notify everybody, we can certainly do that.
Sure. And keep in mind, my point in stating this is to mitigate that outbreak, even if there's one case, because if there's one case, there could be a bunch. I mean, you can see
You're right. And it's probably just a matter
if there's
of
one
time.
case, we can mitigate. Sure. So we can mitigate that outbreak and do the best that we can. And I think that our employees will appreciate it. I know that I would. So yeah, if you get a chance, go ahead and look around. You can see that some people are doing it. I'm not saying we do it like them. We always go above and beyond what most people do. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel here, but we just have to come up with a way that we all feel more comfortable about walking into a facility.
Well,
being in the know.
I will certainly have a conversation with Mr. Baca and with Nurse Jackie tomorrow and see what we can do.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Any more comments on item? My apologies, forgot.
9.
9, sorry, thank you. On item number 9.
Mr. President, I don't have no more comments on that, but I'd like to jump back, if hopefully not violating the Open Meetings Act, as some people think we do. I'd just like to jump back to other comments on acting superintendents. Just make one comment, comment of congratulations to Mr. Vickers for being awarded through the New Mexico School Boards Association exemplary for his attendance in training seminars that we had. So he was given that award this past weekend on the School Boards Association conference they had. So congratulations, Mr. Vickers. Job well done. You were the only one amongst all of us that got that award. So way to go.
I appreciate that, Mr. Otero, and I'm not quite sure exactly how I pulled that off. I was as surprised as anybody.
And I'm sure that Mr. Vickers, through your training where you received this award, you probably got some training on how you can mitigate COVID spread within your school district. And I believe that ties it straight into item number 9.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more conversations on item number 9? Thank you. That brings us to item number 10, discussion and approval of the district learning for second semester. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So last Friday, I sent you a recommendation that I'm going to present tonight, but you also have a parent who has requested to address the board about this issue. And so once I finish, I will certainly give the floor to Mrs. Wolf. to talk about this. So I recommended to you in my update to you last week that we continue remote learning. You've already voted to continue it through the semester, which ends on the Friday before Christmas break. But I've recommended that you continue remote learning until the 19th of January, which is our next board meeting. And at that point in time, with more information, perhaps some changes in the orders from the governor, the Department of Health, from PED, that you might make a different decision. But I do want to update you because knowing that the concern that Mrs. Wolf has, I did talk today directly with the person in the Department of Ed who is responsible for the guidelines. What he indicated to me is that the Department of Health, the governor's office, and PED have not yet come to an agreement on what's going to happen as we head into the new year. It's conceivable that districts will be allowed to go back into some form of remote learning, whether that be a 1-to-5 ratio or that be a hybrid plan, as early as January 4th. It's much more likely that it will be later than that. And you read the same information that I do about the spread of COVID and where we are. Fortunately, things seem to be mitigating a little bit, but lacking a direct guideline from PED, the Department of Health, or the governor's office. I am recommending to you that you remain in remote learning until the 19th of January and your next board meeting. I know that Mrs. Wolf has a request of you, and I certainly respect her request. We have had a number of conversations and emails back and forth. So with your permission, Mr. Smith, I'd ask her to explain what her request is.
Hi, am I up? Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Gibson, thank you for allowing me to speak. I had no idea what that took. I will be brief. I will be quick. My name is Nikki Wolf. We have 6 children. One of our children is intellectually disabled. He is in the CEL classroom at BFE. We have tirelessly worked with the special education staff with his distance learning, and they are wonderful doing what they can. We have been very patient. It's clear that online learning is not working for his learning needs or meeting the IEP goals that are set before him. And we know that we are not the only family with a special needs child experiencing this. The district, we believe, is not helping these children. When 90% of the school districts in New Mexico have been allowing the students to meet in small, COVID-safe environments, there's no excuse to not allow these select students to receive in-person instruction safely. If I understand correctly, the district has received funding through the CARES Act to help make this happen COVID safe for these kids. I did have the privilege, like Mr. Gibson said, to speak to him and Ms. Chavez, who both agreed with what I presented. I know it's hard for some of you to understand where I'm coming from when you may not have a special needs child in your home. I didn't know what that was like either till I had my own. So I'm asking for these children and for these families for you to have compassion and see what you can do to help get the kids in for in-person learning safely, obviously. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. You're going to request that we put this public comment thing right at the beginning of the agenda next time, aren't you?
I'm learning. Yeah, it was long. I will bow out as soon as you're done.
No, so I thank you for your input. I have a question for Mr. Gibson, and then I just want information for when we continue on with item number 10. When will we find out what either PED or the governor says we can do, not only with the regular education instruction, but also the special ed instruction?
I wish I could give you an answer to that question. I asked that today of the contact at PED. His indication to me was that it might be as early as Thursday when we have another our weekly meetings with the secretary, but it may take longer than that. There has to be some consensus among the advisors from the Department of Health, the governor, and the secretary about next steps. So right now, we are not allowed to bring students back in a 1-to-5 ratio, which would be what a small group of special needs children would be. But we could be able to do that as early as the 4th of January. I will know more about that, I hope, by the end of the week. That decision needs to be made. So as soon as I know, you'll know.
So our current status from the governor, if we had to define what that is, she is saying no. Is that 100% accurate?
That's correct. And you made the decision as a board to remain in a remote learning environment for the semester. So that is the current status in this district.
Yes, I understand our current status, and I remember that board meeting. What I'm asking you is that what the governor's allowing right now is 0? If that's what she's saying, 100% nothing.
We would not be allowed to go back into a different learning environment until the 4th of January. That was the answer that I got from PED today. That's correct.
Mr. President.
I would assume that if you chose to do that, and you could certainly vote to do that, it would take a while for us to scale that up and be ready to do it.
Okay, so I guess, I hope that we're at least making that preparation to when they say, if they said go tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we would be off and running. I believe that was Mr. Frank Otero.
Yes, Mr. President, this is Frank Otero. If you recall on Friday, Secretary Stewart, and I'm taking this from his PowerPoint, the whole issue, I think, in just recent weeks, all the other school districts that had some students attending on a part-time basis or attending have all been pulled back, and the reason why is according to some data that I have here, that since Labor Day, there have been 1,057 staff infections while on campus, and students, there's been 486 student infections while on campus, and there's a graph attached to it, and you can look, for anyone that wants to look at this PowerPoint, it's on the New Mexico School Board Association conference on their website, and what's the issue right now is, I think we all have come to a point that we realize that our children are being hurt by leaving them at home for too long a period of time. We spent several months trying to get ready for this pandemic and trying to work through it and try to learn through it, and here it's 11 months later, and if it was up to me, we'd get them all in tomorrow. But here Valencia County is right now in our peak time, and I said this. If people are listening to me over the months, I mean, I said we still haven't hit our peak, and we're in our peak right now. I think yesterday was 92. It had been up above 100. Zip code 87031, which stretches all the way from Highway 6 all the way through Los Lunas, through the heart of our school district, all the way up to Meadow Lake is that zip code. And so I think we all want to do this, and I'm with Mr. Gibson. I think it's obvious it's not going to happen December. I mean, we're already in the first week of December. It's not going to happen, but depending what happens, and then here again, there's concern about the transmissions that may happen in Christmas. So I don't know what to tell you guys, but I if it was me, I'd bring them back. And then another thing, I've been listening to people from even other districts around the country, and the biggest, I think the biggest correlation, or the biggest thing that everyone agrees on, is that we want our staff to feel safe, and the staff want to come back, the kids want to come back, and it all ties into the previous conversation, how people feel safe, and that's where we're at right now, is preventing more, infections and staying safe and getting through this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. Board members?
Mr. President.
Stephen Otero.
So yeah, I agree with Mr. Gibson saying that the board is the one that said to go on remote. But when we said that, it was district wide. So, but there comes a time that we should try to get creative. And these are special needs kids that probably get, our regular ed kids get confused with remote. And I think our special needs kids get more confused and feel more distant. And you have a parent here that is concerned about her children not getting it, as well as other children throughout the district. I think that we as a district should not just be followers, we should be leaders. So if there's any possible way that we can accommodate a certain room, a board room or any other room, to try to assist our special needs kids with this 1-to-1 or 1-to-3 ratio or whatever the ratio is, I don't know how it works. I think we should try to do what we can starting January, the new semester. As Frank said, the end of the month is here already, the end of semester, and it's going to take some time. But I think we should try as a district to be creative on how we can accommodate, check with our staff that wants to and is willing to work with these special needs kids and their families, even if it's having to get Tyvek suits as nurses use, whatever. We should try to go through that, move forward with trying to help these special needs kids. Too many times our special needs kids are left behind, and we're first to jump at the funding for it, but yet we're last to try to assist them. So I think that we should just see what we can do, Mr. Gibson, to see if there's any possible way starting January. And I don't think the PED or the governor is directing us. They're making a strong recommendation. As Ms. Wolf said also, that there's other districts that are doing it at this point in time, and I'm sure they've gotten in trouble. But it's just, I think we should think outside the box and see what we can do to help our special needs kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. So sorry, who's that?
Mr. Smith is,
Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Smith, Mr. Gibson, I agree with Frank and Steve on this. I know we've been harping to make sure everybody's safe. I know everybody's ready to reopen this. My grandkids are ready to get back into the classroom. And some of my grandchildren are struggling just because of this, and I see that. But we have to be open-minded to these other students also. And I know we have some gyms right now that aren't being used. I think we need to get real creative. I don't know if we have to put them in bunny suits. I don't know if we have to get in bubbles. I mean, I want to make sure our staff is safe. I want to make sure the students are safe. But I think we need to get creative and figure out something to start in January. I mean, we have a lot of big bills. I really believe we can do something. So if Mr. Gibson, if you can put that on, jot that down, and you can come up with a recommendation. I know you're going to come up with something like that. I mean, some dates and times, but if we could do something like Steve and Frank said, let's get creative with this thing and let's address this problem. It's not a problem. Let's just address this. It's not a problem. Let's just address this and let's go forward with this.
I think the first element of this is going to be whatever the state decides. And the governor and the Department of Health do have the right to tell us that we can't go to school. Frank, you outlined very clearly the spike in pandemic that has caused every district in the state to pull back whatever they were doing. And Mrs. Wolf is absolutely correct that there were districts around the state where K-3 students and special ed students, special needs students were in school. Those have been pulled back. So I'm assuming that when the state tells us, here's the time when you can begin to have kids on your campus again in that limited scenario, and here's the criteria for that, that we will implement that. So I may know as soon as Thursday in the secretary's meeting. It may be later than that. But I think we can begin the process of deciding what do we need to do in order to safely return students to school. And if you, as a board, decided that it needs to be our special needs students first, we'll work to make that happen. If you decided it needed to be special needs students and K and 1 students, will work to make that happen as well. But we do need to have some planning time for this, and we do need the state to say it's okay to do this.
So Mr. Gibson, and I agree with you, we do need to have planning time, but I think that we have that now.
We do.
I think that we need to take advantage of this time to make sure that if the state came and said, you can do this, that we do this. And we plan it on a scale where it is crazy mitigation, and then we can scale it back depending on where we are socially with this pandemic. We all know that this sucks, and we all know that this will end. And when it ends is not soon enough for a lot of reasons. And I have a grandson that attends Las Vegas schools as well, and he needs to be in that classroom. I will not argue that fact whatsoever. When it is safe to bring these kids back, I want to do that. If it's the governor's going to allow us to do it on a smaller scale with not only, in my opinion, special education students, but all of our students, it might be something that we can consider. But as far as some of the special ed students go, if we can make a plan to implement something as soon as it becomes available and as soon as it becomes something that we can do. And I agree with all the board members, December is pretty much shot. But that doesn't mean if they don't come out in 2 weeks and say on January 5th, you guys can do this, that we should not be 100% prepared to make that happen instead of decide that. And we can have a board meeting 72.5 hours before we need to make that decision. So it's, I know we have the one scheduled in January on the 19th, but we can have a board meeting before that if we need to do that to accommodate what we need to do in this district. I agree with everybody. We all want to get back to where we need to be education-wise, and learning and in-person learning, there is no substitute for. So when that time comes, I want us to be ready. And when they allow us to do this, I want to do that. I also read about the APS, I believe, special ed red or something that I think it was November 12th or something that they pulled that deal back due to the COVID cases and everything in there, but they were doing it and we were not. And hopefully when the time comes and it's safe and the governor says we can do it, that we find a way to make sure we get that done at whatever level that is, whatever the board decides that level should be. But I would like us to be prepared to go on like we were going to start in January at some point.
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Edon.
One other thing, Mr. Gibson, like Mr. Smith stated, right now we can be in the planning stages to figure this out. If you could please bring in Margaret Rivera in those planning stages, just because she represents some of those teachers. And if you can work with Ms. Rivera and you can make sure that those teachers are in a safe environment, those students are in a safe environment, like Mr. Smith said, once we're ready to go, we're not having to figure out why some of these teachers are complaining of being unsafe. Just let's bring in Margaret right away and get a plan set forth. And when it's time to execute this thing, we go for it. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Hidon, Mr. Frank Otero, Mr. Stephen Otero. Any more comments?
Mr. Smith, I got one more comment. This is to Mr. Gibson.
Mr. Otero.
Yes. So, Mr. Gibson, in the past few months that we've worked with you, I have known you to, if you believe in something, you fight for it. If I come against something, you try to find a solution for it. So I'm just asking you, I'm pleading with you now that if the state says, no, we can't do this, if you set up a meeting with them and say, well, this is what we have in place, this is what we have in plan, can we try it to see if it's going to work? That's all I'm asking. Make that extra effort, not just fall under the wings of the decision by the state. As far as I know, I mean, I don't think we're mandated or directed to not have, one-on-one classroom, or it's my understanding we probably wouldn't have no more than 5 people with Ms. Wolf's child. And
I will assure you, Mr. Otero, that I will look at the state guidelines and find a way to make this work if it's at all possible.
thank you.
What I do want to say is that I don't think it would be wise for us to try to countermand a directive from the governor.
No, of
I
course.
think that would be, going above and beyond. But if it is possible, we will do it. And I certainly respect, I've said often that the best advocates for students are their parents. And I appreciate Ms. Wolf coming here. She's been respectful in every conversation we've had. And I am absolutely sure that all she wants is what's best for her students and other students that have disabilities. So, Ms. Wolf, we will do what we can, and I will make sure I stay in touch with you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf.
Thank
Thank
you.
So,
Mr. Smith, I do think you have scheduled a reorganization meeting for the 5th. It's not on it's on the calendar, the 5th of June.
I have it highlighted on my agenda, Mr. Gibson.
I'm sure you do, Mr. Smith.
We are reorganizing on January 5th.
I have discussed. That might be an opportunity, again, depending on what the state says, for us to present a plan for you.
Absolutely. I meant, we have it on the agenda. We're going to meet that day. And if we can add something on there that we need to do that for, that's absolutely fine. If we find in December that we need to have a meeting on January 6th, we can do that as well.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Gibson. So why don't we take just a real quick 5-minute break before we get to item number 11? Everybody heard that?
Mr. Smith, are you planning to take a vote on this?
Mr. Pre.
This is an action item.
Yes, hang on a second. Before we get to item number 11, and to, so I can get the paperwork together for the stuff that I'm confused kind of here with my paperwork. So we can take a 5-minute break and I'll get everything organized right here. Mr. Franco.
Smith, I don't think you need to vote to change anything because you have voted already a long time ago to remain remote for first semester. That remains in effect. There was no motion to do anything in January other than reconvene and meet about it in January. I don't know, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know that needs a motion.
You do have discussion and approval of the items, so it would.
So I will make it easy and withdraw my recommendation that you continue in remote learning till January 19th, which isn't a motion, it was a recommendation. And we will continue this discussion, excuse me, as soon as we have more information from the state.
Mr. Gibson, will you remind everybody what our current voted on and approved action was? When
Yes. To remain in remote learning through the 18th of December, which is the end of the first semester.
Okay, so doing the math right here, we only have a meeting we don't have another meeting scheduled prior to December 18th.
That's correct. So your next opportunity to change that would be on the 5th of January, unless, but I would wait to schedule that, Mr. Smith, until I can tell you what I think the state is recommending.
Well,
If the state is saying stay closed, then January 5th is probably your first opportunity to do something different.
when is the first day of school?
The 4th.
The 4th. So as of right now, we haven't stated how we're going to come back to school on January 4th.
That's correct.
So we most definitely need to, I think, have an action item here on how we're going to return to school, at least for whatever period of time we decide would be beneficial and useful for us to make that decision at some point in January and or when we get more information in December. However, I would like to cover us at a minimum through January 6th, perhaps, when we have a meeting on January 5th. If that makes sense to everybody. I might not have explained that right, but we don't have any governance for the month of January. And I know it's only 6 days, but I think that we need to have something approved for how we're going to return to school on January 4th. My opinion. Comments?
I agree with you,
So-
Mr. President. So I think we should move forward and, as you're saying, vote to keep it till the start of the new semester or until the next board meeting.
So I was just about to make a motion that our district remain in remote learning just like we are right now through January 6th. We have a meeting on January 5th. If changes need to be made, we can make them on January 5th or we can make them before there. Therefore, I'm making the motion that we remain in remote learning in our current state until January 6th. I will stand for a second.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen, I'm sorry, I have a motion by myself to remain in until January 6th and a second by Mr. Stephen Otero. Board members' comments? Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Eloy Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Our district will remain in remote learning until through January 6th. So now I still have to get my paperwork together before we get to item number 11. Ms. Karen Wolf, are we caught up?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Got it.
My last? Oh, no.
I would say it looks that way. I was next to last, so you're okay.
Oh, no, here comes Frank. So are you good, Mr. Gibson?
Let me take a look. Yes, I am.
Are you good, Miss Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Thumbs up, board members. Everybody can still hear me? Good, 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 good. Thumbs up, Frank?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thanks for the 5-minute break. That will bring us to item number 11A, approval of budget adjustment request bar 24101 Title 1 increase per award. That's Mr. Stephen Otero.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The reason I put this as a discussion item is for the benefit of our staff and those that are in the meeting. Too many times we go before finance and we just consent. And I'm sure that some people, it's in their minds what was consented. So these are a few items that I don't think would take long, that if Mr. Gibson can just provide an explanation on how this budget adjustments occur. And then I got questions as far as professional development, how that is spent and where it's spent after his presentation on each item. So rather than, just so you can give you heads up on the 4 items that I put for discussion, is just to get A and B, 11A and B, and 11A, B, 1, 2, and 3. It's just for Mr. Gibson to give us an overview of exactly what this is all about.
Sure. So a budget adjustment means that as we get into the middle of a year, a fiscal year, we see that we have to move money from, in some cases, across accounts, in other cases, within accounts. So we, as we've been discussing for most of the meeting, have been in remote learning. Some of the ways in which we would have expended money, we haven't. And so what we're trying to do is move, and this first category is Title I money, which is money for primarily for literacy and math instruction among our students in our lowest socioeconomic group. We have moved money, or we're asking to move money across categories within this Title I funding. And our major goal here is we have carryover money. Money that we did not expend at the end of the last fiscal year because we didn't have students in school. What we're trying to do is reallocate that money into the right category, so it will be the first money that we spend in the 2021 school year, which will, at the end of the 2021 school year, hopefully free up money that we can carry over into the 21-22 school year. Did I say that clearly enough to be understood?
Yes, and for me, yes. And here again, you know, I go through finance, and you guys have explained it very well. The only thing is if you can also take the next step, and I'll just give an example. on one of them, it says that function, instruction, and then object is professional development. And then it moves on. Present budget is $229,500. Adjustment budget is an add of almost $60,000.
So one of the things that we can do in this remote setting is professional development. So what we've done is taken money that would have been rolled over and put it into the professional development category. So you'll see the present budget is $229,500. We've added 59,000 plus almost 60,000 to that, which now means we have almost 290,000 to spend on professional development in this area, primarily of literacy.
So just going back, we had discussed earlier about the ancillary staff and the diagnosticians. This doesn't fall on that, or does it?
No,
does their department fall? It does not. Okay.
That would be in a whole different account code. That would be under special education IDEA. Now,
okay,
we may include some special ed teachers in that category in for this professional development, but not likely diagnosticians or ancillary staff.
So the Title I, the Carl Perkins, and the next gen CTE wouldn't help with the ancillary. Okay. What would help?
IDEA.
Okay. All
And,
right.
You know, there, off the top of my head, I can't remember, and maybe Susan, you may remember better than I or Claire, have we had a budget adjustment in that category recently?
Hi, Mr. Gibson. Board members, yes, we did. We had an increased bar last board meeting for IDEA B. There is money assigned to professional development, and that does go through Susan's department.
Perfect. Perfect. That's great. So yeah, this is just so I can bring it out in the open. You know, finance is fast. There's a lot of information that's not really shared with the public, and I just thought this is the opportunity to do it. So this is why I'm going through this. So when it goes to the function, it says support services, school administration. You had just a minor amount of add to the adjustment, or you added some. Does that mean it's only designated for school administration support staff, or can it be distributed to other departments?
You're gonna have to help me there, Claire. The 2,400 account for special support services for school administration.
Typically, the 2,400 function is for the school site principals and administration. So that's who would be involved in the training.
Yeah, and I do know, Mr. Otero, that we are doing some training. Again, we have principals, I don't want to say they're captive, but they don't have 600 to 2,000 kids in their schools. So we do have time to do professional development. I know we have a literacy grant and we're doing training, but one of the things that I really emphasize is that principals need to know the same training that teachers are getting so they know what to look for when they visit classrooms.
Okay, that's why I say just to bring it out and let the community know what's going on is my concern.
Yep.
So that was discussion on Title I, or what was it?
Yeah, Title I.
Okay, and the next one, C1. No, it doesn't say C1. So B1 was Title I. B2 is a Carl Perkins. Can you explain that one to us?
Yeah, so Carl Perkins is a program that supports what we would have called vocational ed or career ed. Again, some of this money is being moved because we're not able to use it in the way we originally intended. Let me get to the right page here. Hold on, I think I'm still on the wrong page.
Mr. Gibson, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Claire, because you're much more familiar with this than I am.
Okay, thank you. The bar for Carl Perkins, they're transferring money from supplies and materials into fixed assets and supply assets. So this particular grant is supporting the VOTEC classes at Los Lunas High, and they're going to be purchasing welding equipment at Los Lunas High. It did have to change. We did have to somehow change the direction of the money because the students aren't in class. So this will be used. We already have permission from the state to purchase equipment for the welding program.
Perfect. Nice. So then B3 again, the next gen CT, I guess Claire can answer that one as well, but or whoever wished, but just to bring it out in the open.
Yes, again, this is just an internal transfer. It doesn't require the public education department's approval, although we do have to have equipment approved by PED. And this is, again, purchasing equipment for the carpentry program. Moving it from supplies into supply assets. So it's just reallocating those funds to support the programs, and they're going to be buying carpentry equipment for Century High School.
Is there any other departments that can benefit from that, or is it only the carpentry department?
That particular grant is specific to the carpentry program at Century High School.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Board members, any other comments? So we went through those kind of fast, and there's actually 4 separate items. So we're going to go back, and I'm going to, since one of the Consent was on item number 11A. I will stand for a motion on item 11A.
I make a motion that we approve that. Item 11A.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen Otero. I'll stand for a second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Frank Otero. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
You don't, how do you vote?
Yes. I
vote yes. That brings us to item number 11B1. I will stand for a motion on item 11B1, 24-101, Title 1.
I make a motion that we approve item B1, 24-101, Title 1 monies.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen Otero. I'll stand for a second.
Second it.
I have a second by Mr. Eloy Hedon. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Eloy Hedon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That'll bring us to item number 11B2, 24-174, Carl Perkins. I'll stand for a motion on item 11B2.
I make a motion that we approve item number B2, 24-174, Carl Perkins.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen Otero to approve item number 11B2. I'll stand for a second.
Second it.
Second by Mr. Eloy Hedon. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hedon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Brings us to item number 11B3, 27-502, Next Gen CTE. I will stand for a motion.
Once again, I make a motion that we do approve B3, 27-502, Next Gen CTE.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen Otero to approve item 11B3. I will stand for a second.
Second it.
I have a second by Mr. Eloy Hedon. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Eloy Hedon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. It's item 11B3. Can I go through the next one? Brings us to item number 11C. This is two people, Mr. Eloy Hedon.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Gibson, this came to us last week in finance. It's for security fencing at 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 7 schools. It's $805,000, $838.17, and it's coming out of our bond money. Last week in our finance meeting, there was a couple questions being asked back and forth. One of the questions that was, and correct me if I miss it, Mr. Stephen Otero, was from you. I think you asked if they could break the bid down and get creative with it, because it was a portion of it that you see they could save about $8,500 on it.
Yes. If you let me address that one, just specifically, and then I'll let you get back if you don't mind.
Okay, but let me go ahead and
Okay.
You. So the question, when Mr. Stephen Otero figured that out, he asked the question, is there anything when they can break that up? And the response was there was too much. We would incur too many administrative fees to save any money doing that. My question was, we have a policy and procedure set that we're supposed to reach out to our chambers, different, like the Hispano chamber, different chambers like that, meet and reach out to those local businessmen and register them with us to do business that way. I asked that question and I got 2 different responses. I know this money comes out of bond money. We're asking our taxpayers to always approve these bond monies and pay their property taxes. We have a policy and procedure in place that says what we're supposed to do, reach out to these people, and I haven't seen any of those lists. Mr. Frank Otero one time mentioned that we got to take care of the whole state because that's all state money. The reason I'm really harping on this one is because we do have a policy in place. We do ask our locals to pay the property taxes, the bond money. I feel it's the best we can do is, I mean, we can reach out, do what we're supposed to do in our policies, because these local businesses are the ones that our students are going to them and asking them to sponsor them for different events, for football, for field trips, for different things. And our locals keep donating, giving money. I was at a fundraiser this summer at a golf tournament in Belen, and I was able to see the banners up on top. And I asked somebody, what do those cost? And I think they were like $1,000 a piece. And there was a couple of guys that had 2 or 3 of those banners. I'm not saying we have to make sure we give them all the work, but I think we should abide by our policies and reach out to them at least do what we have in place in our policy. I have no problem if this gets passed and give it to Scott's Fencing or this company here, but if we have something in place, let's follow it. If we're not, let's just go ahead and change that policy. I'm okay with that also. Those are the things that were discussed that day, and that's why we're where we're at right now. I was hoping we could at least table this and try to figure it out and do it the way we're supposed to do it, the way we're asking to do it as a board. I mean, as you know, the way our policies reflect. But if we're gonna go ahead and do this and pay it, I'm okay with it also. I mean, not okay with it, but I don't want to waste too much time and energy on this. So that's what happened last Tuesday in finance. So Mr. Gibson, Ms. Zimmermans, Stephen, if there's anything that I missed, if I stated it wrong, go ahead and correct me at this time.
Well, let me give the bigger picture of this. This is a project that is through PSFA, the Public School Finance Authority. This state pays 70%, we pay 30%. This went through bid. It went through a bidding process that was managed by CES. One of the bidders was a local bidder from Los Lunas. They were not the low bid. We're recommending to you the low bid. Mr. Otero asked the question, which I thought was a good one. Could we in the future break these bids apart and bid each school and fencing or something like that? It doesn't need to be fencing individually. And yes, we can. In this particular case, our Director of Purchasing, Ms. Romero, explained that PSFA specifically asked that this be bid as one whole project, all 7 of the schools together. This is literally the same project that you approved, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 months ago for 5 other elementary schools. And it went through the same process that it's gone through here. So I think it's checked all of the boxes that you asked about, Mr. Hiron. There was a local vendor who bid, who was CES qualified. We took the low bid and awarded that bid for all 7 projects as a unit, as PSFA had requested that we do. Now, in the future, when we put things like this out to bid, if you want us to bid it individually and separately, I think we could do that, as long as PSFA, who's paying 70% of the bill, agrees to that.
I do have some questions whenever it's my turn.
I'd like to, since I was part of that discussion item there, take my turn at this. So yes, what I did is and the documents were extremely great documents. Mr. Garcia, Andy Garcia put together a really good packet in breaking down and giving aerial maps, aerial photos, showing where the gates are going to be. Everything was really good. I appreciate the fact you brought in a local to participate, although I called CES and he's a general contractor, normally doesn't do fencing. So it's good to see that you get him participating on that one. But what I did is I broke down all the schools, as Mr. Hiron was saying, and each one was broken down piece by piece, and just like Mr. Gibson says. So if we were to separate the schools and have one contractor that came out low on 3 of the schools and the other contractor came out low on the 5 schools, our district would save $8,663.04. but that's still not the driving force of my discussion. The driving force of my discussion is, and I'm going to take it piece by piece because this is the only way I can explain it fully. So we're getting fencing done at, I believe it's 8 schools. So a fence for Las Lunas Valencia Middle School is asking that they install one each overhead track chain link gate, approximately 24 foot opening, and then install one each slide gate operator. Okay, includes entry and exit goosenecks, Knox box, and vehicle detection loops. Excludes all power, wiring, conduit, communication, and access control. How do we know we're going to pay for that once we start the fencing? I think that we should have before us what the electrical is going to cost us as well. Being as these are at the end of the properties, I don't know for sure, but I don't think we have designated power for these gates unless they're going to go with solar. But regardless of how the design is going to be, we need to find out what the end result and cost should be to our district. So that's Valencia High School. In Parish Elementary, again, we have 2 overhead gates, 24-inch openings, 24-foot openings, and 2 slide gate operators. Again, no power, doesn't include the wiring, doesn't include the conduit, communication, or access code. I could go on and bore, but I think there's only 1 or 2 schools that don't have those. So my whole thing is fine. Let's do what we're gonna do, but I'd like to see if we can hold off till we see what the total cost is gonna be. I am sure that it's not going to be $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 item for electrical to get to these gates, which is going to come out of. I'm sure that PSFA is going to agree to pay part of it, and again, as Mr. Gibson says, we pay the other part. So my whole thing is yeah, let's move forward with, but let's table it till we get a full cost and what's it going to cost us. Another thing is, are these overhead gates, being as they're structural, the ones I've seen, and I guess they're going to be almost like the one that is on, the only one that I know of is the District Service Center. It's got a big old I-beam, a lot of welding. Does anything get inspected by that? And is there a specification as to what size of I-beam is going to be put? Being as it's going to be a heavy item and vehicles are going to be driving through there, you know, is there any type of inspection? So yes, we have a great packet here that was put together by Andy Garcia. Great packet, very informative. The fact that you're bringing in a local to bid this to also is great. And then my final comment is that, you know, I believe in working with CES, that I have worked with CES in the past, and I've said this 100 times. CES is a very expensive avenue to take. And, you know, I just like we did in the pool and other projects. And Mr. Gibson says, yes, we can do this. Yes, we can include our locals. But we've been going through this since March, and we're still not a step forward on including the locals. So, you know, that's my take. I guess, I don't know if somebody can answer how much is electrical going to cost us at each school site. Has that been researched? And if it is, can we get the documents before we move forward to see exactly what's going to cost us? So that's my take on that one. So we have a big expense before us, but we're going to have a bigger expense when it comes to the electrical to these school sites, and it's got to be a big expense. And one more thing I'm going to say is, I know that Frank has given me some pushback on this, that we shouldn't do this. Frank, I'm sure that if somebody did a fence at your property and they said it includes the overhead gate, and they're done, and there's, well, how do I operate the gate? Oh, I didn't include electrical. That is a surprise. So electrical money. It's going to cost us some money.
Mr. President.
Mr. Otero, Mr. Stephen Otero, if you can finish your comments.
So yeah, that's just, you know, I'm just concerned about, I don't know, being in the business that I've been in, and as Frank has many years experience, I as well too, in the construction trade.
Mr. President.
Mr. Frank Otero, I'm going to let Mr. Stephen Otero finish his comments, and then Mr. Vickers had a comment. And then
so my thing is that I'm guessing that it's not going to be a small price to pay for the electrical to run to these big, heavy duty 24-foot gates that are going to be on rails. And I think we need some more information. That's it. I thank the schools and I thank PSFA for participating, and I thank our school district for seeking the funding. I think it's a great thing, and it's a discussion, you know. That's why I put a D on the consent sheet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Otero. Mr. Vickers, you had a comment.
I can hold mine until Mr. Frank Otero has specifically addressed Mr. Stephen Otero, so I'll let him go first.
Mr. Frank Otero.
Mr. President, members of the board, and Mr. Steve Otero, and for the information of the public, I only worked for Department of Health, the New Mexico Department of Health, for 27 years. And the last 14 of those years, I was a facility operation manager at the Los Angeles Hospital and Training School. And, you know, that was my job, is to budget all that stuff. And I'm sure they figured all that in, you know, and Mr. Steve Otero is trying to separate the bids into separate buildings, which makes no sense at all. You bid all the fences together. You bid the electrical together. You don't bid those all together, but you're grabbing for straws, and you're looking for a reason to table this like you did the last time, and there is no real reason. And this idea that I'm not giving locals an opportunity, we've given locals plenty of opportunity, but there are certain cases that they're just not out there, and you know, and so this you know, these projects are thought pretty well through, and this is a result of the incidents that happened to children out there, to the shootings, and the other major issue that we had prior to the pandemic was the shootings and the people getting on campuses. But Mr. Steve Otero wants to break down everything in his opinion, and get his opinion, get his people in, get his contractors in there, and put their names on the dotted line, and that's what he's after. So I can't condone that, and I'm not going to buy that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank Otero. Mr. Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a few of the concerns I have. Well, number one, it makes a lot of sense to have the same contractor do all these schools, because the fence will look the same across the district. It'll be uniform in all these schools. And if you had multiple contractors doing it, I'm sure the end result wouldn't look identical at every school. And I think that's important. It just gives you that sense of planning and good design. The other thing is regarding the price. Can somebody say when these bids were submitted to us? When were these bids submitted? Somebody in the administration?
I'm looking for a date on it. The date I have is the date it was presented or sent to finance.
It was submitted, if I can interrupt, I've got it right here. It was submitted on September, the estimate date was 10/1 of 2020 on most of these documents, on the documents of the successful bids. So yeah, it's been a month or so.
Or about 3 months. Okay, so, and I would like to get an opinion from somebody in finance as to, if we put this aside and revisit it at a later date, how will that affect, are these prices, the prices can't be good forever. Material cost goes up and labor cost goes up. So are these prices good beyond today?
We have an email from the successful bidder telling us that he will hold this price. He's had numerous increases in the cost of materials, and he will hold this price only till the end of this year. So if you don't approve this tonight, we will probably have to have it rebid.
So that's one of my major concerns. And for us to get involved in the details of projects and procurements and all the details of how we do it and all of that just it shows we lack confidence in our own procurement people and our own maintenance people. And we don't think that they have done their due diligence in presenting this project. And I think it's sort of a slap in the face to them.
Mr. President.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Stephen
Smith?
Otero.
Mr. President, just to respond to number one, Frank Otero. Frank, I have no contractors. I don't even know a fencing contractor here locally, other than the one that does work for the schools at this point in time. So that's you know, that's not a factor in this. You know, anybody can bid it. A general contractor can bid it. Anybody can bid it. It's not me trying to get my buddies, my pals, or anybody else in the district. In fact, if it was ever to come up and I knew somebody personally, I would abstain from voting on that. So that, yeah, so I can appreciate your thoughts, but you're totally off base on that one, Frank. And Mr. Vickers, this is a CES bid, okay? It is known that CES, through the Gordian pricing group, is going to be probably, I would guess, 30% higher than it would be if we put it to public bid. So to say that if we hold off, and this is just information, and this is why I think it can be researched, just to say to hold off on this, the price is not going to stay. I guarantee you it's going to stay because we are paying a premier cost for services from CES. CES to me is a great organization. It's an organization that we should take advantage of when we are in dire need of time. But if we have time to work out a project, yes, I would like to see it be an open bid. I'm not saying let's hire a local contractor. We can't for that amount. And this amount of money that's in this contract is going to require that the Davis-Bacon wage rates are in effect. So no, I'm just saying that we're paying a high amount of money for it through CES, and I could almost guarantee you that if we went out to the public bid and did sealed bids, time sealed bids, you will find a great savings in to our district by professional people. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Vickers.
So I guess to get to that point, I would ask Ms. Simmons or Mr. Gibson, did PSFA recommend we use CES, or what did they recommend for the method that we were to get bids on this?
Claire, I'll let you respond first and then I'll jump in.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, we did work with PSFA, and like we mentioned earlier, their participation in this project is 70%. We did work with Ramona Martinez, who is the staff attorney and CPO for the PSFA department. And we do have a letter where Michelle, Andy, and Max sat down with PSFA to determine the best way to procure this fencing project. They were all in agreement that this time that CES cooperative with the joint powers to aid schools in New Mexico this was going to be the process that we were going to use. And so I would disagree with Mr. Otero that the markup is 30% for CES. And I'd also agree with Mr. Vickers that our staff is very qualified and very capable of making these decisions and determining what's best for our district.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Go ahead.
You can finish your comment.
Okay, so I'm just wondering why PSFA would recommend CES, since they're providing 70% of this money, if it's 30% higher than contracting it individually. I just don't see why they would do that.
So Mr. Gibson, did PSFA recommend we use CES, or did they recommend that we bid it as one?
I'll read you a piece of their correspondence. I have it up on my screen. This is the meeting that Claire was referring to. At this meeting, the use of the cooperative procurement methodology pursuant to section 13.1.135 NMSA 1958 was discussed and approved by PSFA. A cooperative procurement is defined as a procurement conducted by or on behalf of one or more state agency or local public body, or by a state agency or local public body with an external procurement unit such as CES. CES is a purchasing cooperative united by a joint powers agreement to aid public schools in New Mexico, including the Los Lunas School District. That's the second paragraph of the email from Ramona Martinez. So PSFA did recommend that we go through CES to do this work.
Mr. President, just so we can, because I'm still on that discussion there. Point blank question to anybody. Mr. Gibson just said recommend. I would like to see a letter from the CES organization that they gave us a directive or mandated that we use CES. I mean, they recommend, of course, because PSFA works for CES in hundreds and hundreds of projects throughout the state. My question is this: did they direct or do they mandate us on this project to use CES? I'd like to see something, some form of documentation, because that's point blank. That's, you know, if they did, then I'll keep my mouth shut because it's 70% of their monies. But I'm sure that that Mr. David Chavez, the director, probably would not agree on that because, you know, it's. I'd like to see it though.
Mr. President.
Mr. Frank Otero.
I don't think that the Public Schools Finance Authority would approve this document without all that information, Mr. Steve Otero. You should know better than that. Over all the years, you should know better that the requirements that they require, they're not just going to hand out dollars to the public. So you're making things up. I'm sorry, you're making things up, and you're just trying to make things go your way and coming up with whatever excuse you want to, and it's all about what you think. But you know, I like I told you before, I was trained well. At the state, we didn't utilize those kind of agreements, but the public schools have that authority, and they've had that authority. You know, I've been 11 years over the last 15 years. I've been involved with the school district here on the board, and CES has always been there. And are they my favorite? No, but I mean, that's how the schools operate. They utilize CES, and right now, like I say, the prices are going to go up. Building materials go up every day, and you know, and you could care less.
Okay, board members. So we are going to voice our opinions, and then that's what we're going to do. And then eventually we will get to the point where we're going to take a vote, because I have some questions that are my opinions, and I just don't want to be slammed for them because these are concerns that I have and I want answered. So are there any more comments? Comments about your opinion? That being said, I am concerned with the cost of the electrical. Do we have a ballpark figure of what this is going to cost? And I agree that we should at some point know what the final product is going to be, because this does factor into or in addition to the $805,838. So I also would like, go ahead.
The electrical was bid through this same project and was originally part of this process. Our maintenance and construction people thought the price was way too high and that we can get a better price by using the vendor that we've used on a regular basis, AECOM, to do this work. And you have approved a number of recent purchase orders to AECOM. So our director of maintenance and custodians, Mr. Garcia, has been working with AECOM to put together a bid price that would be significantly better than what we could have gotten through the bid that would have been attached to the CES bid. So this was a decision at the local level made by our maintenance people that we could get a better price by using a vendor that we use often that does business with us. As I understand it, and I did talk to Mr. Garcia today, we have not gotten a bid from ACOM because they've had COVID problems and they've not been able to do that bid. But he's very confident that we can get a bid that obviously CES will have to approve, or excuse me, PSFA will have to approve, and they will pay the same 70% for the electrical connections. So we have had a number of different projects done through ACOM that we've been very satisfied with.
We also have a standardized access control system that we want to continue throughout the district.
So board members, any comments?
My question is, since they have the amount that was designated to do the electrical, can you share that amount right now with us? You said it's way too expensive going through CES. And also my next question is ACOM a CES contractor as well?
ACOM is a CES contractor. They also have a state agreement.
Okay, and so this might be a good ideal situation to, since we're waiting for bids, to maybe follow Mr. Giron's recommendations to get estimates through the local people, invite them to bid it as well. I know ACOM's local, but I think we should get other options. But again, it's troubling me that we don't know what we're paying. So I guess based on Mr. Gibson's expressions, it is an expensive item. And I would like to see what this total cost is going to be prior to us moving forward with it, instead of getting all this done and then all of a sudden, oh man, we're going to spend some money that we weren't planning on. So I'd like to see that. But anyways, that's it.
So we took out, or somebody took out, the electrical portion of the bids per school site. As Mr. Stephen Otero stated, do we know what that cost is, and could we be privy to that information?
Mr. Smith, I do not have the bids in front of me. We did solicit the information from ACOM. Like Mr. Gibson said, they've had some COVID issues that they're dealing with, and so they are scheduled to get back to our offices as soon as possible with that information. It will be an item that will be presented before the Board of Education because it's over the $20,000 threshold. Because the state is participating to the tune of 70%, then we will make sure that we work in collaboration with them. It's a process. They have to be in agreement and approval with the decisions that we make and the process that we use. And whether it's a state agreement or a CES agreement, we will make sure that they are on board and approve these processes that we're gonna undertake. So it's important for us to have a standardized system. That's what we've worked for. Like Mr. Vickers said earlier, we want all our schools to be the same. We want the access to be the same so that we don't have 7 different or 10 different systems in order to access our school sites. We want one system where everybody's familiar with that process. So that is what we are working on. I do not have that information in front of me. As soon as we get that information, then it'll be presented to the Finance Committee and the board for approval.
Okay, so what about the original contract that had the electrical on it from the vendor listed in item number 10C, that before it was taken out? We obviously got that total before we made the determination that that was just too expensive and we were going to take it out. Do we have the total estimate before we took out the electrical? I guess I'm just looking for a sense of what the total cost would be for this project. And if we are determining that if we go through ACOM, that they are going to be remarkably, or at least viewably lower than what this vendor would have cost us as far as electrical goes, then at least we'd know that this would have been the maximum amount we would spend on this project, but we're probably, if we move forward, going to spend less than this once we approve an ACOM budget. Or once we approve an ACOM quote, I guess, would be my question, if that makes any sense.
And I don't think that either Claire or I can give you that number because I didn't see that part of the bid. All I was told is that it was to our advantage to go out and rebid this separately, but Claire has elaborated very clearly the fail-safes that would be in place, that it would need it would need PSFA approval, that we would be looking for the best price. I mean, that's the kind of thing, the kind of work that our procurement people, our maintenance people, our finance people do. We're trying to do what's best for the district. I do want to go back, Mr. Smith, and make one other comment, because Mr. Vickers asked about quality control. I have, as you know, been visiting schools all semester. I've been at all of the schools where this fencing has been installed. It looks wonderful. The work has been done, and it's been done exceptionally well. I actually was at Tomei when they were installing it, and their equipment they were using was amazing to me, to space the poles, to set them to the right depth, to do all of the things that contoured the fence to the environment at Tomei. So that alone is an advantage. What you're approving, if you vote for this tonight, is the fencing. We will come back to you with the price for connecting those gates so that they can be controlled remotely. But Claire is absolutely correct. We want to have the same system. We want it to be able to be controlled from the same devices. We're not going to recommend to you something that would be overly expensive or wouldn't work the way we want it to.
Mr. Then I also would say that we would never disclose the price information, especially on an item or commodity that we don't already have the information in our hand. That would jeopardize the procurement in the future.
Okay, maybe I'm not saying it correctly. We got a bid from this contractor here to install the fences at all of these schools, and you told me that it included electrical.
No, it didn't. This does not.
No, it did not include electrical.
This does not, I get that. This does not include electrical. I get that. But you had gotten a bid that did, because you told me that we deemed it was too expensive, so we had them take it out. Correct?
That was a conversation that Mr. Gibson and I had with the Director of Maintenance earlier today, that was what was deemed. I do not have that information in front of me.
Okay, so we don't have a ballpark figure of what that electrical that we took out was.
No.
That's my question. I know we can't see what ACOM.
Mr. President.
Hold on, I'm waiting for my answer here. Mr. Gibson?
We don't have it for you tonight, no.
Okay,
I could get it for you tomorrow, but I don't have it tonight.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get questions answered that I thought I gathered out of these conversations. I think that was Mr. Frank Otero.
Yes, Mr. President. I don't think they're running power lines. You know, I there's got to be a cost to it, but I mean, it just seems to me like it's being portrayed like oh well, they forgot the electrical. Well, I think, you know, you got electrical gates. Common sense tells you got electrical connections, and all that stuff should be coming into place. And us as the decision makers, we should be know enough to know what they're talking about. And maybe it's because I do, but I you know, I could see the point of separating them. There's two separate. Yeah, the guy may have a license for that, but he's probably going to get a sub electrical, and that's what's costing the extra money, because he's got to make up his, I guess, profit or whatever. But it just makes sense to me. You know, I don't know. It just makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. So I'm obviously doing a horrible job asking my question. I just want a ballpark figure of what it's going to cost with electrical based on the original bid that we got from the contractor in item number 11C. That's it. Just what it would cost if we approved the original contract, which we don't have.
Well,
the original one, because we pulled it out because we could do better. And I realized that if we're installing electrical gates, they all have to be installed with electricity at some point. And I also realized that it doesn't matter what gate I put there. If I was hiring a contractor to come in here and make them open with a certain type of gate opener, he could put the same gate opener on every single gate, regardless of what type of gate it was. As long as it swung open and they all swung open, he could put the same gate opener on there. So I agree that to everything that has said right there, I just wanted, one of the concerns was what the total cost would be. And I don't want us to hang this up just because we don't have a ballpark figure on what the total cost would be, knowing that we're going to save money on the total cost. So it's going to be somewhat less than that. That's my whole goal, is to try to move forward with this item, because it appears one of the big concerns is what's the total cost? That's all
Mr. President.
And if that's not possible, then I just need to be told, you know what, you're not going to be able to find out the total price today, or ballpark.
Mr. President, sorry to interrupt you. This is Frank again. You know, we have an obligation to secure these facilities for the kids. I mean, it's above us.
Mr. President, I'd like to make one more comment and then maybe entertain a motion. So Mr. Gibson, I just got a question for you. Would it be fair to say that you will not award the contract till we find out exactly what's going to happen with the electrical if we are to approve it? Or could we, I'd like to see if we could table it till we get the total cost of the electrical and then react on it later. I know I can see Mr. Vicker nodding his head no, but you know, here again, it's just it's an idea, and that's what I'd like to see. So I'd like to entertain a motion that we table it till we get the total cost of the project. That's it.
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Vickers.
So this hasn't been explicitly stated, but I think it's been implied. So I wanted to get the answer to this. The gates, the fencing that we had done on 5 schools previously, was that done by the same company?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. It is the same company that did the 5 other schools earlier this summer.
Okay. And then the other question is, did AECOM do the access wiring and all that on those 5 schools?
Yes.
Okay, so we're continuing with the same companies, or the proposal is to continue with the same companies for the fencing and for the wiring and the security, the access system.
But we did go through the process of making sure that we were getting the best price, and that's through the Gordian Group with CES, and Scott's Fencing happened to still be the low bid in that particular process. So
all right, thank you very much.
A separate project, we went and did our due diligence to make sure that we're getting the best deal.
So I have a follow-up question, Mr. President, again. So Ms. Chairman just said that AECOM did it, although she says that if they come before us, it'll come before the board. We haven't seen anything on that. And the next question is are those schools that we did prior to, are they 100% complete, and are the gates in full operation?
So I want to know that the gates are separate. The fencing is a separate commodity than the electrical. This is for the fencing. The information that we're presenting this evening and asking for approval for is on fencing for the 10 school sites. That's it. Not the electrical, not the power to the gates, just the fencing. Yes, those other school sites are complete. We've already paid. Like Mr. Gibson said, we had a great experience with this company. All the principals that you talked to were very excited and happy with the fencing and the job that was done. We didn't have any issues with the vendor. It was a successful project, the first round.
And the gates are completely done and in operation, if they take gates.
I would have to check to make sure that every single school site that required a gate is 100% complete. I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Hidon?
Ms. Simmons, you mentioned 10 schools?
I believe that there is 10 schools that we're presenting this evening. Let me look at the list.
There's 7 today.
There's only 7. That was 7 was presented to us last week. Are there 3 more?
No, there are 7.
The list is 7.
Yeah, I have a total of 7. So
I stand corrected.
So one of the questions that you had, Mr. Stephen Otero, was you wanted to know what the total cost was. So if the electrical was included in this, which it's not because we took it out because it was too expensive, but if that total price was in here, would you consider moving forward with it? Because knowing that we know we're going to have a lower price for the operations of the gate via the electrical would be something that would appear to me to make it more appealing. Do these school sites have fencing as based on what's spec'd in this contract currently, all of these schools? Or are we upgrading with something more secure?
We're upgrading with something more secure. That's the purpose of it.
Height-wise?
It's a statewide PSFA project.
Okay, so it's an upgrade to what we have at the existing schools.
That's correct.
Okay. So Mr. Otero?
So, yeah, you're asking that question if I would approve it. I'd like to, at this time, make a motion that we table it till we get the full cost. That's just table it. I'm not saying deny it. I'm saying tabling it till we get the full cost, and hopefully our district will entertain maybe a rough end contractor to do the electrical, and if ACOM has sole source on the operators, then we get sole source, but they got to get creative on that. So I'd like to table it at this point until we find out the full scope, the full cost of the work. I make a motion on that point.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen Otero to table item 10C, pending more information.
I'll second it.
I have a second by Mr. Eloy Hidon. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
I vote yes to table.
Mr. Eloy Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
So I'm considering everything that goes into here, and I wrote down almost everybody's concerns. And it seems like some of these questions, most of them were answered at some point. There's some things that I disagree with. I understand being read verbatim that they did not come out and say, you will use CES or you will not get this money. They said, you will use somebody similar or something like CES, is what I gathered from what that letter said. Prices of stuff do go up. I don't know how much fencing goes up. I don't know how much it'll go up at the end of the year. I don't know how much it'll go up if we tabled this, and I don't know how much we would save if we just went ahead with this to begin with. So there's too many unknowns here for me to, if all we're waiting for on this bid is for the electrical and the gate openers, and we've approved these people and before to do some of the other schools. And apparently, as far as I know, I haven't heard any complaints about the work that they've done. I would have been interested to know if the gate openers are working too, and who in fact did those. I do think that no matter what gates we put on there, we could get one person to do the gate openers on the entire one. I don't want to drag this out anymore. I don't see a problem with approving this fencing bid, so I'm going to vote yes. Motion carries 3-2. That will bring us to item number 12, announcement of meetings. As allowed by the Open Meeting Act and District Open Meetings Resolution, on occasion, a quorum of board members attend the same function, including those held at school sites at the district level, as well as sports functions, conferences, workshops, and trainings. Board members will refrain from discussing and/or acting on board issues in those settings. In addition, only official meetings are published, and if other meetings are scheduled, they will be announced in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. I would like to announce the following meetings. Location will be dependent on CDC mandates. If needed, the meetings will be held via Zoom. On January 5th, there will be a special board meeting for board reorganization at 6 p.m. On January 12th, there will be a finance committee meeting at 4 p.m. On January 19th, there will be a regular board meeting at 6. As I stated before, these meeting locations are dependent on mandates from the governor. If need be, they will be held via Zoom. That will bring us to item number 13, closed executive session for discussion regarding threatened or pending litigation, specifically discussion with legal counsel regarding pending legal matters pursuant to 10-15-1H7, NMSA 1978, and discussion regarding limited personnel matters, specifically review of applications for superintendent of schools pursuant to 10-15-1H2 NMSA 1978. I will stand for a motion on item number 13. I will stand for a motion to go in closed executive session.
I make a motion that we go to closed executive session at this point in time.
I have a motion by Mr. Stephen Otero to go to closed session. I will stand for a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Mr. David Vickers. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Eloy Hudon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. The board is going to go into closed executive session. Board members, I ask you to close this meeting, open up the closed executive session meeting. There were 3 other people invited to the first portion of the closed executive session. When the board is complete with closed executive session, you can click on this same meeting and we will come back to regular session. Let's take a 10-minute break before we get into closed executive session. Thank you. The board is now in closed executive session at 8:51.
Okay, we're still in recess. I can call you back. Daddy's a communicator, so he's a different. Dale's in the other pool. I'm with Harbor OG. Okay, perfect. Oh God, I got an open mic. Thank you.
Mr. Gibson, it's Karen. You had a question?
Sir, he's logging on right now.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
You're welcome.
Okay, are we good to go?
I am, Mr. Smith.
Okay, I think I see all 5 of the guys. So I had to get some administrative stuff done. So the time is now 11:03. If I'm reading all of this correctly. I stand for a motion to go back into regular session.
I move that we go back into regular session.
I have a motion by Mr. Vickers to go into regular session. I will stand for a second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Frank Otero. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Eloy Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Board is back in regular session. Into closed executive session for discussion regarding threatened or pending litigation, specifically discussion with legal counsel regarding pending legal matters pursuant to 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978 and discussion regarding limited personnel matters, specifically review of applications for superintendent of schools pursuant to 10-15-1H2 NMSA 1978. No other topics were discussed and no action was taken in closed executive session. Before we go to item number 14, Ms. Wolf, you had some questions on item number 11C.
Yes, sir, I did. Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, I think we're ready to start. So this will be the November 10th meeting. Hello, Claire, Mr. Gibson, Mr. Otero, and guests and visitors.
What is that?
I am.
Ms. Wolf?
Did we just get hacked there, Brian?
Claire, do you want to announce the next meeting, the one December 1?
Yes, so our next finance meeting is December 1st.
Ms. Wolf? No, we didn't get hacked. I don't know what that is. I don't know why we're doing that. Maybe because
Hold on for me one second. There's another
we are
meeting
ready
kicking
for
in. Hold on.
questions you might have.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, should we try that again?
Absolutely. Where did we leave off? Are we out of executive session?
I'm going to fix you on the last one that you guys had approved. I had a motion and I had a second to table the item. I had two votes to table it. I had 2 votes to not table it. And you voted yes to continue with the project, which would have been a no rather than a yes.
Correct. So actually what I voted for was not to table the item.
Correct. So your answer would actually then be a no, correct?
Correct.
And then the motion failed 3-2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the second piece, do you have a second motion on that, or are you just going to leave it?
You're breaking up, but no. So the motion in the second was to table item 11C, which
Correct.
failed 3-2. So that being said, I will stand for a motion on item 11C.
I will move that we approve it.
I have a motion by Mr. Vickers to approve item 11C. I will stand for a second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Frank Otero. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Eloy Hidon, how do you vote?
No.
And I vote yes. Motion passes 3-2. Is that the only thing I messed up on?
Yes, sir. That was correct. Thank you. Sorry.
Fine. So that will bring us to item number I'm going to find it. I will find it here somewhere. 14. Action regarding finalists for superintendent position. First of all, I want to thank everyone who applied. There were several well-qualified individuals who submitted their name. We had a very, very positive, collaborative executive session. We had a lot of great discussion. I think we communicated well as a board in its entirety. And I am willing to stand for a motion on item number 14. I will make the motion on item number 14.
Okay.
We, as I said, interviewed went through some great applications and had some good discussion in there. I think the consensus was well thought out and everything. We had great discussions. We all have items that we're looking for. There's any one of these people could actually lead this district to where it is. I would like to make a motion on the 3 candidates that I would like to see get interviewed for the position of Las Vegas School Board Superintendent. I would like to make the motion that we, our finalists be in no particular order: Katarina Sandoval, Ron Hendricks, and Arsenio Romero. I will stand for a second on my motion.
I'll second that motion.
I have a second by Mr. Stephen Otero. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Eloy Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Again, thank everybody for who applied. That will bring us to item number 15. I would like to make a motion that we amend item number 15 to read announcement of interview date and take off the portion that states approval of questions for superintendent candidates. Ms. Wolf, is that the wording that I should use?
I believe what you said was due to the lateness of the hour. You weren't.
That is correct. That, and I cannot see my sheet anymore. So due to the lateness of the hour, there is no way that we're going to be able to approve the questions tonight. So I would like to amend item number 15 to read announcement of interview date.
Okay.
So I will make a motion. Go ahead.
we've already approved the agenda, and just to make sure we're transparent and we're following procedures, why don't we just go ahead and table number 15 instead? I mean, because we already approved the agenda and we have to take action on it.
We have 3 candidates now that understand that they're going to interview for the position of Las Unas Schools, and I would like them to know what date that's going to happen. And in order to do that, I have to amend item number 15. Ms. Wolf, am I okay requesting to amend item number 15?
Mr. Smith, procedurally, I think maybe what we should do is, I understand the spirit, what your intentions are. I think it'd be my recommendation that we table this, and then your questions we can bring up on the 14th, and we can approve it under that agenda maybe. I just don't want to put ourselves breaking an Open Meetings Act right here.
So Ms. Wolf, you're looking into this because we can't approve this on the 14th.
Mr. Smith.
Mr.
So can I make a motion that the approval of the questions for superintendent will be finalized on the 14th? And that is the interview date that we have decided upon.
There you go. That'll work.
So Mr. Vickers, can you restate your motion for me, please, then?
We will interview the candidates on December the 14th. And at that, prior to that meeting, we will finalize the approval of the questions to be posed to the candidates.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Ms. Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Are we good with this?
Sure. I believe you are. So I'm going to need to know, I assume that you're going to tell me the start time of all of this tomorrow?
That is correct. So again, it's late and I don't want to say some numbers that don't mean anything. I have a motion by Mr. Vickers to announce that we have an interview date of the 14th, which is Monday, and have a board meeting prior to the first interview to finalize the questions on the 14th. I have a second by Mr. Eloy Hidon. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Eloy Hidon, how do you vote?
You're muted.
And I vote yes. This announced the interviews are going to take place in closed session beginning on the 14th. A special meeting will be held on the 14th, and I will give Ms. Wolf all the times in the morning for when we will commence these. The board has also made comments about how we would do this interview. Ms. Wolf, do we need to vote on that, or how do we? There was some question as to how we could do these interviews, and I think the consensus is that we can do them a certain way, but I want to make sure that the board has an opportunity to vote on it because I want to give us that chance. How do we determine where we're going to have these, what mode we're going to have them? Is it going to be on our agenda that it's going to be held via Zoom just like the rest of our agendas? How is that going to be stated?
For the announcement of meetings, sir, I will need to list where the meetings are going to take place. I'll need to have the times and I need to have the date. So I'll need. So
that is something that's information I can give you in the morning.
Yes, sir. The board authorizes you to do so.
I will ask the board's permission to provide the dates and times to Ms. Wolf for the interviews for the superintendent candidate, and the time and the place.
You have my permission.
Good enough for me.
And
Is that good, Ms. Wolf? This is. Go ahead.
And once that determination is made, someone will be calling the candidates, correct?
That is true, and I'm gonna send that over to you.
All righty.
Once that determination's made, you will be the first one to know, and you can make that determination.
Okay.
So if I haven't lost a piece of paper, that brings us to item number 16, adjournment. I would like to stand for a motion on adjournment.
I definitely move that we adjourn.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Dave Vickers to adjourn. I will stand for a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Mr. Stephen Otero. Mr. Vickers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Frank Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Stephen Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hidon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I vote yes. I apologize for the late time. I appreciate everybody's hard work. Thank you, technology. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around this long. Sorry, it got a little crazy, but I appreciate it, and have a good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.